Hi. Hello and welcome. Welcome to the stream. Now, I know I said last night we were going to play Lego Dimensions and that was going to be the trophy hunting for tonight. I know what I said. But I completely forgot that Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus was dropping on the PlayStation 4 and 5 today. So we're doing that instead for the trophy hunt. As you can see, I've already made it to Ms. Ruby's episode 3. And the trophies, I'm very glad, are not the exact same as they are in the HD collection. They're actually different. They have like actual challenges. Basically all the trophies in the HD collection are you get by beating the game.
25 tiki torches with the flamethrower on your swamp skiff. Use the left analog stick to steer and press the X button to fire the flamethrower. Oh, and one more thing. You need fuel from the flamethrower, and the only source of oil are those piranha you see swimming around. Run them down with a boat. One fish fuels one shot. Hurry! You only have 2 minutes to get all the torches lit.
Well, let's get a move on. And besides, even if Sly Cooper hadn't dropped today, we wouldn't be playing Lego Dimensions because we've just come off Skywalker Saga. So maybe take a break between Lego games. Because if I've learned anything from previous marathoning, it's that I don't do well with marathoning. I get very sick and tired of the game, of that gameplay very quickly. Happened with Harry Potter and happened with Classic Sonic. Granted, in Harry Potter's case, almost every game was different from the other. Like the first two, I specifically played the PS1 version of Sorcerer's Stone. I'm not doing too well. And that was different from the PS2 version of Chamber of Secrets. And then the PS2 version of Sorcerer's Stone is similar to the PS2 version of Chamber of Secrets, and I guess the PS1 version of Chamber is similar to PS1 version of Sorcerer's Stone. But regardless, by the time I got halfway through Goblet of Fire, I'm like, okay, I'm ready for other things. It also didn't help that I was playing the games daily, playing the games every single day. That probably also didn't help. That wasn't the case with the classic Sonic games, though. That was just, I decided I was going to play them all almost back to back. Also, kind of jumping on a bandwagon. Hopefully there's a bandwagon that I can be on. Bandwagons are good. Bandwagons might help raise my popularity, or at least give me more viewers. I guess you can quantify with popularity. I guess you can use them synonymously. for more than I usually do. Need to... Just barely. 2 seconds to spare. Yep. Up. Come on. Up. There we go. So far, it's very good. It's a very good port. The only big issues I've noticed is some audio sync issues with the cutscenes. Like Mugshot finished his. No, yes? No? Maybe so? Yeah, I have. Like Mugshot finished his speaking. He finished his speaking animation, but wasn't done with. But the voice lines were done. And I'm hoping that's not indicative of the Ms. Ruby boss fight. It's already bad enough in the HD collection.
Looks like this is some kind of giant voodoo egg beater to stir up that unsanitary mess.
If I can unlock the cauldron's lid, I might be able to thrash their production and build up enough steam pressure to get launched up to Ruby's Skull Temple.
Okay, sounds like we've got a plan. To get around that thing, try moving in the shadows made by the masks so that the guards won't see you.
But of course. Descent into danger. I believe that trophy for this one is don't kill anyone. Now, without defeating any alarms or without defeating any enemies or destroying them. Anyway, as I was saying, even if Sly didn't drop today,
Waterfall overflowing of bones and body parts.
no audio.
I'm telling you, the health department's going to come down big time on this dope.
Hey, Serna, welcome, welcome. Yeah, even if Sly won PS4, PS5 didn't drop today, we would be playing Ratchet and Clank HD for the trophy hunt because just to break away from the Lego games for just a little bit. So we'll have to go through here. Oh dear. Oh well, this guy's a push when we get close. We can get past him. We will have to go through this level a second time so we can grab all the clue bottles, because there are a couple of clue bottles that we have to get, well, that are on the platforms as those flashlight cards. Fuck! And yet if you get spotted by a flashlight guard, you're screwed. You're not leaving alive. That's not going to happen. I'm sorry. Their aim is just too good. And in the case of the Mugshots Dobermans, they have homing bullets. And we've already failed the trophy that just destroyed an alarm. Well, guess we're getting the clue bottles then. We will be doing a second run, but not for clue bottles. Guess I can Kill them all. I've already been doing. I don't know what it is, but whenever I come up with a line that would be funny or good, it's always like after when it should be said. I'm bad at timing. Actually, no, I'm not bad at timing so much as I am bad at coming up with things on the spot. See what I mean? You get spotted by the flashlight guards. They will hit you even in death. You cannot stop the wrath of the flashlight guard. But I really hope that this does well, that this sells well, and we get PS2. We get Sly 2 and Sly 3 ported, because I would go for this, and I really hope that Sony is doing this not just to like please retro fans, but also kind of gauge interest in Sly, because maybe they're thinking about, hey, what if we give Sly another chance? Servitude. No thanks. I'm not interested in eternal zombie servitude. It doesn't sound very fun, very nice. I will say, if we platinum Sly before the night is out, which I haven't even looked to see if there's any trophies for completing the Master Thief time trials, which, ooh boy, not looking forward to that. If there's a trophy for completing the time trials. Those time trials, oh boy, those are. If you thought the time trials in Crash were a pain in the ass, you ain't seen nothing yet, buddy. Like Sucker Punch looked at what Naughty Dog did with the Crash time trials, and was like, what if we made them? What if we made ours? What if we do those, but make them even tighter? I need to get back to playing Crash. I started Crash 1, but I never finished it. I need to do that. Maybe I'll throw that on. I'll throw that on to Game Clearing next year if I don't get to it. If I don't play it again before next year. Good thing I found that water safety.
Look at all the security. This must be the source of all the disgusting green soup.
Water safety page. Ow. Yeah, don't circle the platforms. You will get hit eventually by the flaming heads. Oh shit. Oh. But I do sincerely hope that maybe we will get not necessarily a Sly 5. To be honest, I'm not sure if I want a Sly 5 or a Crash 4. It's about time to happen. It's like there's a part of me that wants Actually, I think I might want the Crash 4. It's about time to happen. More so than a Sly, than a Sly 5. Because if there's a Sly 5, then that means whoever developed Sly 5 has to deal with the absolute shit show that was Sly Cooper Thieves in Time. Which I still have not played since I first beat it. I've seen more videos about Sly 4 than I have played Sly 4. Meanwhile, with the trilogy, it's the exact opposite. I've played the game played the trilogy more than I have seen videos about the trilogy.
Mind-bending is Matthew Della Coupeau's perpetual slow motion technique. With this move, you can slow down time whenever you want, not just while jumping. Hold down the triangle button to use it.
And it's not useful all that much. Like half the pages, actually probably over half the pages in the Thievius Raccoonus are not the greatest. I love the ending of this level. Just sliding down that rope and then whacking the key case right as you're coming off the rope. I love that. It's so slick. It's so chef's kiss great. All right, now to do this without killing anyone, breaking any alarms. Should be easy enough. Into the Master Thief trial. I thought you had to wait until you beat the game and do the Master Thief trials. Oh, this changes. Okay. Oh, no. We're actually gonna we're gonna do them both at the same time. We're gonna do both. I'm gonna try to do them. Oh my god! Oh my god! Really? You can just enter, then immediately leave, and you get the trophy. Okay. Well, that's a bit cheaty, isn't it? That's a bit cheaty. Hilarious. It's a little cheaty. Wait, can I do that with, ow. Oh, no, that's defeat all the guards. The opening level for this episode, Dread Swamp Path. There's a trophy for defeating all the guards without being detected. Which I'm not entirely sure. I mean, yeah, that would be considered a speedrun strat.
Use the left analog stick to move.
Technically, but it wouldn't be a good one. And I don't even know if there are speedruns for trophies, but the reason why that'd be a bad speedrun strat is you'd want to do that at the same time you're doing the level. Because repeat visits are not exactly speedy. Wouldn't help with the speed running. Frickin'. Although what do I know? I'm not much of a speed runner. The closest I get to speed running is just running around. Well, I mean, I do speed run, like the Sly trilogy and the Spyro trilogy. I just play it and see how fast I can do it, but I don't like push myself. I don't really pull any glitches or anything. It's not a speed run. It's a casual speed run would probably be the best description of it. If I were to speedrun any games, though, it probably would be... I need to turn the volume down. It probably would be... one of the Spyro or Sly trilogy games. Unless I found some other game that like barely anyone does any speedruns of, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to become the world record holder for Ninja Bread Man or Anubis 2 or whatever. I don't even know. Is there anyone who's actually sped run those games? Speed ran those games? Those awful shovelware Wii titles from Majesco Entertainment. Like, part of me wants to get those games to play it and see just how bad they actually are. I mean, like, I want to get all the games ever and play like all the games ever because I'm a gamer. I'm a true gamer, man. That's what I do. I game all day and I game all night. I pound that Red Bull and champ on them Doritos. My blood is like 200% Monster Energy. Or actually, it is like 200% G Fuel. Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag please sponsor. But yeah, no, I kind of have a feeling that, like, if you're going to make Twitch your a living, depending on what kind of streamer you want to be, having a very large game collection is practically a necessity. The one who inspired me to the two people that really inspired me to become a streamer or just do YouTube, Let's Playing, whatever in general, are Proton John and Steven George, and they both have massive collections. Like, I think Proton John's collection is numbered in the 2000s, I think. And then I know Steven George, he's got the entire complete library of the GameCube, Wii, and Wii U. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a complete, or close to a complete, library of the SNES. I don't think he'll ever go for a complete PS2 library, though. I feel sorry for whoever decides to go for a complete PS2 library, because they will... Oh, they will not have enough room for all that. And we need to go... PS2 library is freaking huge. I mean, the last game for it got released in like the mid 2010s, I believe. What was the last PS? And I think it was a soccer game down in Brazil.
With all the hay and feathers in here, just looking at this place has got me breaking out in hives. But we've got no choice. That ghost over there contacted me on Spectre Wave Radio, and we've cut a deal. He's
Last
promised us a
PS2
key
game release.
to whack 50 chickens. I guess he needs them to make a big pot of gumbo, but he's scared of the bob-toting roosters. Be careful,
MLB
or they'll
11,
blow
the
you to
show,
bits.
March 8th,
Think you can do
2011.
it?
WWE All-Stars, March 29th, 2011. Why do we have to kill them within 2 minutes? What happens if we don't kill them in 2 minutes? Fuck. Ah. Good. You know, if he's a ghost, how is he able to eat this gumbo he's making? One more chicken. Come on, come on, come on. One more chicken. There we go. Got it. Madden 12, August 20th, 2011. FIFA 12, September 27th, 2011. NBA 2K12, October 4th. Pro Evolution Soccer 2012. Shin Koihime Muso Otome Ryoran, November 10th, 2011. Japanese video game exclusive to Sony consoles. Major League Baseball 2K12. Pro Evolution Soccer 2013. FIFA 13. Street Cricket Champions 2. There's a banger. Dawn 2, The King is Back. A unique action-adventure game adapted from the film of the same name. Final Fantasy 11, Seekers of Adulin. Okay, I've never heard of that. FIFA 14, Legacy Edition. And then the very last game, Pro Evolution Soccer 2014, released on November 8th, 2013. The official last PS2 game ever made. I was right that it was a soccer game. I'm gonna check. Check and see what region it was released. Was it released here in the Americas? No, it was the PS2 version is exclusive to Europe because of course it is. Because Europe. Oh, yeah, Europe and South America are the only places that care about soccer because that's where communism thrives. Coincidence? I think not. Soccer is the sport of communists. Everything wrong with Sly 1. I've never seen that video. I kind of...
I could feel that Cooper vibe coming. Most distastefully
Bad juju.
Yeah, well, you give me the creeps too, lady. Cooking up an army of ghosts isn't a very neighborly pastime.
Oh, Sly. I see your mouth moving, but all I hear is blah, blah, blah. Well, if jaws need to flap, then let them flap. See you
Lip sync
in the
issues,
next
that's...
world,
okay.
Sly Cooper.
I noticed it a little bit with Raleigh, but it wasn't as noticeable because Raleigh is such, his mouth is, well, very wide, is comparatively small. Mugshot, it was very noticeable. Ms. Ruby, it is also very noticeable.
Come back here.
Oh, I hope that doesn't indicate any bad things for this boss fight.
Why don't I have my servant Chumley escort you over here?
All right. What's the catch?
Oh, not much. Just a little game I like to play with all my annoying guests. I want to see how well you pay attention.
What do you mean?
Well, I'll unleash my mighty
No issues with Sly,
mojo
though.
magic upon you. If you repeat what I do, you'll dodge it just fine. If not, you'll get.
This just makes you want to go back and play the originals to see if this was this is a PS4 issue or a this was present in the original. It's faster! It's faster! It is much faster! Okay! Oh, okay, it is. Oh dear, okay. Oh dear. It's faster. Faster. It was not, it's never been this fast. Oh no, oh dear. Okay. Okay. Gamer mode is engaged.
Come back here. Can't run away forever.
Quite true. Quite true.
So watch this again.
Why don't
Let's scan the
I have my
trophies, see if there's one for
Chumley
completing the...
escort you over here.
There is one. You have to complete 10 Master Thief sprints for a trophy.
Just a little game I like to play with all my annoying guests. I want to see how well you pay attention.
What do you mean?
Well, I'll unleash my mighty mojo magic upon you. If you repeat what I do, you'll dodge it just fine. If not, you'll get sick.
A little voodoo Simon Says, huh? Sounds easy enough.
Think.
that. Dig that, dig that, dig that. Boom. That, dig.
I started grooving. I started grooving to the beat. It screwed me up.
Dig, dig. Boom, boom, boom. That. Dig that. That, dig that. Dig, boom, that. That, boom, dig. Dig, boom, that. Do.
They really can't, because it's being emulated.
Dig that, do. That, dig, do.
Or hell, maybe they can do it, depending on how the emulation works, combined with how they programmed this fight. Maybe they can change it, maybe they can't. What I'm wondering is if this is a case of the Sonic Adventure ports. Because the Sonic Adventure ports you can get on modern consoles is a emulated port of the GameCube Sonic Adventure DX, which in and of itself is an emulated port. Well, not an emulation, but it's a port of the Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast. Actually, I think there's an extra layer of port somewhere in there. What I'm wondering is if this is a like HD emulation of the PS2 original, or is if this is just a emulated port of the Sanzaru HD port. I'm not sure which one it is because I didn't watch the PlayStation presentation where they announced that this was a thing. I just logged on to Twitter one day and saw, wait, what? Sly is coming to the PlayStation 4 and 5? Are we talking a new game or another port? Got her. There we go.
You certainly got some
Yeah.
rhythm, Raccoon.
Yeah, the speed is
But it won't help
the
none.
speed of the
Fix me
prompts are
again.
tied to the speed of the computer. That's another thing.
He's tough with a capital T. You go poking around his stronghold in China.
Yeah.
likely to get poked.
I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah,
if
well, if he's
on
anything like
older
the rest of
PC
us,
games,
I think I'll
any ports.
Ms. Ruby's section of the Thievius Raccoonus held notes for my pioneering ancestor, Slyton Common. His invisibility technique allowed him to steal from corrupt pharaohs and greedy noblemen. Right on schedule, Inspector Fox's arrival cued my exit. The production of zombies, made illegal in the World Peace Accord of '71, earned Ms. Ruby a life sentence behind bars. While the gang and I enjoyed a few weeks in the tropical sunshine, working on our tans in preparation for our next caper.
What I want to know is what happened in the Sly universe that made zombie production illegal in a world peace conference. I want to know what caused that to happen. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if any ports of older PC games have issues tied to computer speeds and any sort of aspect of the game that was tied to the technology of the time. Sly Cooper Hitler. Yeah. Like, I won't rule it out.
Travel plans to China have all been worked out.
Maybe those commies were going after zombies.
The road trip gave me the time I needed to study up on the Panda King. Born penniless, he was fascinated by the fireworks rich noblemen set off every New Year's.
Maybe it'd
He
be the
spent a decade
same
learning the art.
Species of
But
dog
when
as
he
his
tried to
pets.
offer his fireworks to the noblemen, they couldn't see past his shabby clothes and chased him away.
Maybe it'd be whatever the national
Humiliated,
bird of
the Panda King
national
took
animal of
revenge on those
Germany
who
was at
shunned
the
him
time.
by using the very tools of his art for crime. The Fiendish Five recruited him as their demolitions expert, and from then on, his explosive touch became feared worldwide. He's rumored to be perfecting some new firework technique high in the unstable Kunlun Mountains of western China.
Sly Cooper in. Fire in the sky. Probably, yeah. Unless the German national animal changed. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised if the German national animal was one thing. Then when Hitler came into power, he changed it to whatever, to something else. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. That seems like a very Hitler thing to do.
Would you look at that? A fireworks show! Oh my gosh, that's awful! That poor village just got buried in freezing snow!
The rocket came from that giant statue, and you can bet the Panda King lit the fuse. I've got to find my way up there and fast before that lunatic squashes another town.
Oh, I thought I might have snuck past. There is no German national animal? No national bird or ferret or rodent, whatever. No national anything. Black eagle. Wonton monkeys spherum. I don't know why I did. I know exactly why I did that, because there's a trophy for learning the names of enemies. Apparently, the mom is called Andre. He took out his buddy. I'm saying it's a golden eagle. Oh, hello. Well, that was unexpected. What's your name? Kung Pao, Stickius Baboonium. Lives for the World Cup. Lives for World Cup soccer. You don't see that too often. Okay, let's step away from the gate, so we don't get launched into the abyss. Kaboom. General Sal, Apius Swordium, has hairy palms. This would be actually a good use for the hat mine. Shit. The hat mine is an interesting idea, but super situational. And if it weren't for the one hit aspect of Sly 1, it would be completely useless. Because if I had the mechanics of Sly 2, I would be able to handle these guards. Not easily, but I would be able to handle them a lot better than I can in with the Sly 1 mechanics. Which I think a fun way, if they ever do a Sly remake, if they ever do like a reignited trilogy treatment for the Sly trilogy, I think a fun way to like maybe make things feel a little fresh would be to add a difficulty to the second and third games called like Master Thief mode, where it takes away your health bar and gives you the Lucky Charm system of the first game. I think that would be fun, and I think that would be interesting. It would definitely change how you play the game. Play the games. Although there might need to be some alterations. Well, it would work for Sly. Most actually, well, because there are a lot of combat heavy missions in the second and third games. Basically all of Murray's missions are nothing but combat. But I think it could work. It would definitely be an interesting experiment. Definitely change how you approach levels and such. Also, I'm missing a clue bottle. But you know what? We'll leave this one. We'll leave this one to be. Leave this one be. We can't, because there's always one vault that you cannot crack until you beat Clockwork. And usually when I play through Sly 1, it's usually Duel by the Dragon. But this time I think I'm going to make it a perilous ascent. Change things up.
Obstructed by this reinforced ceiling hatch.
No problem. They seem to have plenty of firepower around here. I'll just have to find a few more treasure keys to get at it.
The Flaming Temple of Flame. The redundant Temple of Redundancy.
Despite its temple-like facade, this place is really some sort of training ground. Stay on your toes.
Let's see. I love the trophy to this level because it's something that I think every Sly Cooper player has done at least once or twice. We'll get to it when we get to it. And even without the trophies, I probably would try it. Well, even if I didn't know what the trophy was, I would probably get it anyway. I'd just naturally do it. I don't know why. No matter how many times I play this game, I always think there's clue bottles down there, but there isn't. Well, hello there, Chow Mei, Chimpus Kung Fuium, who listens to techno. You do not look good. You got wrinkles all over. Ever thought about taking some anti-wrinkle cream? If you're using some anti-wrinkle cream, you can't really take anti-wrinkle cream. Look at all these promising young trainees. Kill him. Can't get him from down here. I have to drop from above. Ugh. I don't think it's so much to make them look Asian. I think it's just so much. I think it's more just the art style of the game that makes them look like that. Look like kids in the Monocucom. Interesting. I mean, they are fairly young. Ah. He is a young boy. I don't know where I've heard it, but I've heard somewhere that by Sly 3 I think he's in his mid-20s, I think. I don't know where what the... That's a first. Never experienced that before. Glad that didn't result in a death. I wonder what this statue is supposed to be of. It looks like it's some kind of monkey. No! Maybe I can get this one down here. Yep, there we go. Same with this guy. There we go. This session is over. That seems like that's such a natural trophy. I'm surprised it wasn't in the HD collection. I'm pretty sure every Sly player has done that at least once. No, it's not this one. It's the next one. Interested what kind of trophies they would give the second and third games if they ever decide to release them. And boy, do I hope they do. Impressive moves, girls. Just make sure that I'm in your range next time you try to show them off. Then maybe you might hit me. I'm missing bottles here as well. I'm missing a lot of bottles, holy shit. I think that's the most bottles I've ever missed in a level since forever. Crap. Oh, we're replaying that level. Oh, how did I miss that many freaking bottles? I know where I missed them. I know exactly where I missed them. Remember how I said I always think there's bottles down here? That's because there is. Two of them right there. I always noticed that within this level, the detected music always lasts longer, lasts past when you've lost the heat. Surprised I didn't touch a laser there.
Circle to enter the vault code.
Yeah, that's
Lucky for
weird.
you, I
Usually
burst in chaos
usually it's
theory.
when you get
Otherwise,
within
this
like
code would've
a
been unsolvable.
foot of the
Input
flashlight guards,
932.
they're on you. Like you cannot sneak up on a guard whatsoever in this game unless you're in a barrel or you're using shadow power. Other than that,
This
you
just
can't
gets
sneak up on a
better
guard.
and better. I'd always heard that one of your southern ancestors, Huckleberry Cooper, developed a technique to move while staying invisible. Hold down the circle button to turn invisible, then move around with the left analog stick.
Hey, it's weird that Huckleberry came up with an evolution of shadow power, which was invented by Slight the Common the First, yet somehow Slight the Common the Second and Third did not. That's weird. I don't care what you say, that's weird.
Attention, valued employee. Sadly, garbage elect not to pay for avalanche protection service, and so I am forced to bury alive one of the many tons of snow. Please be on guard for any surviving villager that come looking for revenge.
No, Slight the Common the Second and Third were all active thieves. Every Cooper has been an active thief. Because they've all contributed to the book, and they all have loot within the Cooper Vault. Granted, we don't visit the section for Huckleberry Cooper in the Cooper Vault mission for Sly 3,
Right
but
on.
they
I'll
all
keep him covered.
have entries in the book.
Bingo! No! No! Hey! Hey! Bingo!
What's weird is that we have Slight to come in the first. We have his section in this game, but then in the Cooper Vault, we visit Slight to come in the seconds. The very first section is for Slight to come in the second in Honor Among Thieves, which is interesting.
No!
I've been thinking a lot about Sly 4, or just Sly in general. The main thing about Sly 4 I've been thinking about is how historically accurate is Sly 4? And I don't mean historically accurate in the same way you could say how historically accurate is this entry in Assassin's Creed. I don't mean like that. I mean historically accurate to the Cooper legacy.
All right!
Because the ability to walk on a tightrope or slide on a rail, that wasn't invented. That technique, believe it or not, wasn't figured out until Tennessee Kid Cooper in the Wild West. And since Tennessee Kid Cooper is the latest Cooper you can play in Thieves in Time, that means Ryoichi from feudal Japan, Sir Gareth Cooper from medieval England, and Salim al-Kupar from ancient Arabia should not be able to walk and slide on ropes and rails. But I'm pretty sure there are multiple times where you have to do that. which, like, in any other case, that would be nitpicking. That would be nitpicking. But given the amount of importance that is placed upon the Thievius Raccoonus and the techniques held inside.
Hold down the circle button to drop out of sight.
Oh yeah, we're in the unseen foe, aren't we?
Invisible, nothing
Yeah, we
can
have to
see
get
you.
detected. We
Not
have to be
lasers,
seen.
not
We have to be the
searchlights,
seen
not
foe.
guards. Oh, and if the guards already see you, then the invisibility trick won't work on them.
Well, as far as I know, there hasn't been a Circus Cooper. Hey, buddy. I mean, we had Sir Gallup Cooper get forced into the circus in Thieves in Time, but that was altered. That's altered history. As far as I know, no Coopers were. Fuck. Crap, at a corner because of the camera. There we go. As far as I know, there's been no Coopers that were part of the circus. Although I wouldn't be surprised if there is a Cooper that lived and traveled with that was part of a traveling circus that he used as cover. I would not be surprised. And then, of course, there's Bob Cooper from the Ice Age, which he already can't do anything because he's not built like the other Coopers. He's the most different Cooper of all the Coopers. Oh yeah, I have to set off these alarms. I have to set off all the alarms and get detected by all the enemies. I like the fact that the trophy for this level is to do the exact opposite of what the level title is. Hey. There we go. Dang it. Better counted. The guard whistle went off, so that he detected me technically. But yeah, what surprise? It does surprise me that Tennessee Kid Cooper is the one that invented the rail walk and rail slide. Simply because you'd think that would have been invented by any of the earlier Coopers, just for walking across ropes and stuff, like grapple ropes and whatnot. Like, that seems like something Sly Common could have invented. Or Salim Al-Kupar, or Sir Gallup, or insert your Cooper, or hell. No, Huckleberry Cooper wouldn't have been an ancient Cooper. I'm gonna think of other ancient Slot Mac Cooper from Scotland. Although I would have liked to see Sly McCooper. Because he's not built like the other Coopers at all. He's a big, beefy boy. I mean, his cane is a log with a stone crook. it is it with a crook carved from stone. He is not he's not like the other Coopers. I would have preferred to see him instead of Bob. We had to have a Cooper that isn't the Sly clone. Yeah, there's something that Sly to Common the second or third could have invented. They could have invented tightrope walking. Like, the reason why I am surprised that granted, this is me thinking with the advent of with the lore of 2 more games after this. In Sly 3, there are 3 different levels of shadow power. There's the first level, which is essentially what we have here. Then there's the second level, which allows you to move at relatively normal speeds. And then there's the third level, which basically lets you do whatever the heck you want while invisible. Granted, the special juice, the power juice, runs out a heck of a lot quicker with each level. But I would think that, like, and I think I might just make this headcanon. Sly to Common the first invented shadow power level 1. Sly to Common the second improved it to level 2, and then Sly to Common the 3 improved it to level 3. I think I might just make that my own personal headcanon. Super Cooper!
Incredible! I never would have thought this was possible. Sir Augustine of Cooper's technique to briefly defy gravity. From now on, you should be able to pop right out of those bottomless pits you keep falling into.
Oh, geez, thanks.
And you won't
Thanks for
even
the compliment,
lose a
buddy.
lucky charm.
Sir Augustine of Cooper, where would she or he? I don't. Would August? I'm guessing Augustine was a girl. That sounds like a girl's name. I wonder what era she's from and where in the world she's from. Because the Coopers are all over.
This pagoda is some kind of huge gunpowder production plant. Judging by the scale, the Panda King must be making tons of explosives.
St. Augustine of Hippo. Okay. It's a boy's name. I would not think of it as a boy's name. It doesn't sound like a boy's name. Is Hippo a country? Okay, we've got all the visuals. On to the next section. The famous church father. Okay. Yeah, I am not well versed in my church fathers. Who's the city? Okay. Was it a city in Africa? I know it probably wasn't. But boy, that would be funny if it was a city in Africa.
Calculated the trajectory of these rockets.
Hey, Umbutu, what are we going to name this city?
Sure
I don't know. What's that big brown thing out there in the water? It's called a hippopotamus.
What about that other 1%?
Why don't we call our city Hippo?
You'll be blown to
Okay.
bits. But the experience will no doubt be spectacular.
Nice.
Now, to unlock these
North
rockets,
Africa!
you're going to need all 7
Yes!
of the Panda King's treasure keys.
Right on. I'll steal them in no time.
Oh, that makes me happy. That makes me happy. That amuses me. This amuses me greatly.
Hurry, beep, doing down there?
Well, I'm minding my post when I notice this snow cone stand, and I think to myself, hey Murray, you gotta keep your energy up. So I hurry over here, and then all of a sudden, monkeys are everywhere, bugging me to race them 3 times around this track for a key.
You could use the key. Think you could take them?
Come on, Sly, they're a pack of monkeys. How can I lose?
All right, remember, steer with the left stick and press square to use any nitro boost you collect.
I'm gonna guess Sir
Keep clear of those
Augustine
icy
would have been a medieval
Thanks for the
You're a
advice, Sly,
medieval
but
Cooper.
trust me, I got this under control.
given that he's a sir. Might have been knighted. Well, you have to be knighted to be a sir, and I mean, like, Christopher Lee was knighted, so he's Sir Christopher Lee. So he doesn't have to be medieval. Man, I have been seeing more cars fall over in these races than I have ever seen before. I've never seen the cars fall over this often. They're falling all over in the Mesa City race. Yes, Sir Gallup. Look up the time period. Oh, frick. Oh, no, come on. There we go. There we go. First try. Hell yeah. Okay, let's see when was Sir Gallup Cooper? Sir Gallup Cooper. Gallup Cooper was from 1270. Was born in 1270, and the period that we visit is 1301. We go back to 1301. Hey, maybe he was a member of the Knights of the Cooper Order. Started by Sir Gallup. I don't know how title naming works for knights and whatnot. Ah. Jump over. Rapid fire assault. American French. Born and raised in France, he's the twin brother of Connor. Huh? Connor Cooper. Connor was Sly's dad, or at least are we talking about the Connor Cooper? Because the Connor Cooper is Sly's father. Augustine of Cooper. I think we're on different wikis. see. Augustine of Cooper. Clan minor members. You. Hmm. Yeah. Did that because I'm on the Sly Cooper wiki, and the only info it has about Sir Augustine of Cooper is it says he was the inventor of the ability to briefly defy gravity. That's it. He's under the minor Cooper clan members. Then on Connor Cooper's on Connor Cooper's page, it doesn't say he's a relative. On the Fanon. Yeah. Hmm. Actually, let's see. Okay. I mentioned earlier Sly's age. He was 3 years old when the Fiendish Five killed his parents. And Mr. and Mrs. Cooper died in 1992, so Sly was born in 89. Correct. Minus 3, yeah, 1989. This... I don't know how orphanages would he have been in? Yeah, I don't think it. I don't know if it's ever stated if he was. I think most people think. I think it's agreed that Sly is a native French citizen. I think, or at least he was. That's where he and the family. That's where the Cooper family was when they met their demise. Oh no, so I was born in 84. Okay. Oh, but it just says on his on the main Sly Cooper page Sly first appeared in Thievius Raccoonus at the age of 18. He was 20 in Band of Thieves, 21 in Sly 3, and in Thieves of Time, he's either still he's still 21 or 22 by now. Okay, he's actually younger than I thought he was. Like I thought he was about 20 but in this game. Although thinking about it, it does make sense that as soon as he was able to get out of the orphanage, he would go after the Thievius Raccoonus. That does make sense. So by the time he hits the age of maturity, which I don't know what the age of maturity in France is or how French orphanages work. Hell, I don't even know how the orphanage system in America works. But I'm going to assume that when you turn 18, you leave the orphanage. I'm going to guess. Yeah, as for his nationality, I'm pretty sure he's either French or, in terms of what's on his birth certificate, I should say, he's either French or American. He's one of those two. I need to look at the orphanage. The orphanage is called Happy Camper. Happy Camper Orphanage. And I don't know if it's ever stated where Happy Camper is. Of course I do. Hi, Cooper. The only Cooper under the living category. Okay, let's see. Placed in an orphanage. Happy Camper Orphanage. Location, United States. Okay. Okay, so he was born and raised in the U.S., and then at some point, he and the gang moved to Paris, essentially. Because we see that's where their hideout in this game is. And it's mentioned in the opening of Sunset Snake Eyes that it's been a while since Sly left. Well, since Sly's been in the States. So yeah, at some point, he and the gang left America for Europe. No, well, if you're saying he left America because of Carmelita, that's not true, because they didn't meet Carmelita. Many years later, Sly, as a teenager, arrived in Paris looking for a little adventure when he came across the Paris Opera House. He claimed there to be just to soak in the architecture. However, as he was overlooking the city, a map in hand, he was suddenly swarmed by what he claimed were 24 French cops attempting to arrest him. Apparently, they assumed Sly was there to steal the prized Diva Diamond from the Opera House. After easily dealing with them, Sly was then attacked by then-rookie policewoman who had called the guards on him in the first place. She was a vixen by the name of Carmelita Fox. Smitten by her good looks and her skills, Sly let her subdue and capture him in hopes that he would get to know her more. Carmelita then proceeds to tie him up and stuff him in the Opera House's janitor closet. Though Sly was later able to escape thanks to the clueless janitor finding them there and untying him. That's recounted in the novel To Catch a Thief and one of the comics. I think the first issue, the first the first issue of Sly. Oh, Why He Stayed. Yeah. And you... Hold on a sec. Okay, so Cooper Wiki. Cooper Wiki. 10 years after the Fiendish Five stole the Thievius Raccoonus, Sly had garnered a worldwide reputation as a cunning thief. He and the gang embarked on a quest to steal back his inheritance and avenge his parents' death. Okay. Point of order. Turn the intermission music down a bit, just a smidge. Point of order. Sly was 3 when his parents were killed and the Fiendish Five stole the book. He was in the orphanage for it's never stated how long, but it would have been until he was at least 16, I would assume. I would assume he'd be at least 16 when he met Carmelita and pulled off the Diva Diamond heist. Now I'm curious how old Carmelita Fox is. She was born in 81, so she's a couple years older. She's roughly 3 years older than Sly. I'm gonna say he's about 17 when he first met Carmelita during this Diva Diamond heist. And then he's 18 in Thievius Raccoonus. Cooper Wiki's wrong. Cooper Wiki is wrong. The timeline ain't timelining. Okay. Who knew there were issues with timelines all the way dating back to the very first game in the first issue of the comics? It didn't start with Sly Cooper Thieves in Time. Who knew? Actually, no, that's not. No, that's an issue induced, but because of the wiki. That's not because of the games. Coopers are also Time Lords. Oh yeah, they can't. Some of them have invented apparently one with HDHD. Hyperactivity created the ability to speed up time. Oh yeah, saying they're Time Lords ain't exactly... ain't too far off. Now is it? Granted, I don't think Doctor Who can exactly slow down or speed up time in the same way that Coopers can.
Freeze, raccoon!
How can I freeze when my heart warms at the very sight of you?
Shut up, Ringtail. I don't know what you're doing here in China, but I'm sure it can't be good for whoever owns this place.
You must only have eyes for me if you're too blind to see what's going on around here.
All I see is a pathetic thief who's escaped justice for far too long.
I'm proud to be a thief, especially when I'm stealing from a vicious extortionist like the Panda King. Open your eyes, detective. These quaint temples are a front for an illegal explosives factory.
Don't try to confuse the issue. You criminals are all the same, and none of you can escape justice.
That was the part where we run away. Yeah, the wording works. Most people think of Time Lords as Doctor Who. Making that. That's the point. Distinction. Point of order. Amazing how she needs glasses to read and review security footage, but she doesn't need it to get a straight shot. Maybe if she wore glasses while shooting, she'd actually hit me.
Multiple blood vessels burst in my brain while figuring this out. The code had better be 231.
Would have been funny if the code was actually just 1, 2, 3.
You found the blueprints for the Panda King's lair. I'll upload the data straight into your binocucom.
Watch your back, Cooper. When you least expect it, I'll be there.
Missed the trophy. 2 pink fireworks. At least 2 pink fireworks somewhere in there that we need to launch. Probably not the fastest option. That rocket. I think that is the easiest Master Thief sprint I've ever tried. You've beaten the Master Thief sprint. Return to this level at any time to hear the bonus commentary. Well, we'll be doing that right now to go look for those fireworks.
I kind of use the fireworks in this level as kind of gating mechanisms to keep you kind of dodging and running from Carmelita while you're playing.
Right.
And also just to have bigger, kind of these big events during the game.
Just from texturing, I know, like on the mugshot where she's shooting at you, the colors were reversed of this. Like in this one, Sly Cooper's path is all cool, and where Carmelita's jumping around is where we kept the warm colors. But in the mugshot one, it's kind of reversed, where Sly's running on the warm path and she's jumping on the cool buildings.
Yeah, doing her effect was kind of funny. She originally had a different, entirely different weapon, and we really wanted to kind of emphasize this stun gun feel, and it was interesting to try and tune because the color tones of the world in general were, you know, she appears in several places, and so I was finding something that had a little bit of, you know, it has this icy color, but also this sort of orange center to it, and that seemed to work best across the different levels.
So was it your idea always to have it? Did you have other ideas besides that dragon, or was it?
After I changed from the Buddha one, it was. I think Devin was the one that mentioned trying to see if we could do a dragon for it, and then which was good because, you know, for a Chinese dragon, you have that great shape that you could fold. I was able to fold it and shape it how I needed it for where she's gonna stand on and stuff like that. And then you put in all the legs and everything like that.
Yeah, so they're, you know, we're trying to think of places on the dragon, you know, on the high and low points of the humps of the dragon, and then also there are these kind of freestanding poles in the abyss of you know, the mist that you can see down there. That having her stand in as many different places as possible made her feel really like she was sort of part of the world, but always just out of reach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a big thing. You have to keep her on screen.
Right.
Keep her large enough to see her, and at the same time make it seem like you could never get to her.
Right.
So the
you're
closest
not tempted to leap off the path to your death or something like that.
One of the first drafts I did of it had a giant, like, panda Buddha statue, like, laying on his side where she was jumping on, and just wasn't the same. So I'm glad we went with the golden dragon.
Never got to see that one.
I tried to keep it away from people. It wasn't very good.
That's cool.
Watch your back, Cooper. When you least expect it, I'll be there.
I like that reward. And I always knew the development commentaries were there, are the reward for beating the Master Thief sprints, but I've never, like, actually listened to them. Alright, time to stop this homicidal pyromaniac. This Sly is about to say here in like a minute.
See that ring on the bundle of fireworks? Hook onto it with your cane to hitch a ride.
Flame Foo!
I see you carry cane of notorious
Notorious
Koopa
Koopa
Thief
Clan.
clan. Have you come here
I don't know
for
the lines.
revenge? To steal back the Thievius Raccoonus?
That was my plan at first, but now I'm more interested in putting an end to your avalanche extortion racket.
Why should you care if I bury a few worthless village in snow? You are a thief, just like me.
No, that's only
That's right,
half
that's
right.
right.
I am a
The
thief, from a long line of master thieves. While you're just a frustrated firework artist turned homicidal pyromaniac.
Insolent child. You shall pay dearly for your disrespect. Still, To honor your Cooper ancestry, I will send you to your doom with the beauty of my new firework technique, Flame Foo. Palms of thunder. Your skill with that cane is unparalleled.
That art, the trophy art, uses art from Sly 3.
Sly, I did a cross-analysis of the metal used in that high-tech blasting vehicle, and it turns out it can only be found in one place. The Krakatoa volcano in Russia. That's got to be where we'll find the 5th member of the Fiendish Five. So get what you came for and let's get out of here.
Retrieving the Panda King section of the Thievius Raccoonus gave me a chance to learn about my technically minded ancestor, Otto Van Cooper. Not known for his physical dexterity, Otto relied on vehicles to aid him in his criminal endeavors. Armed with his designs, I was sure Murray would be able to make some cool modifications to the team van. A frustrated Inspector Fox, having missed me coming down the mountain, threw the Panda King in jail, thus putting an end to his avalanche protection services and ensuring the safety of mountain villages throughout China. My gang and I took a little time off and did some shopping in Hong Kong. Thoroughly relaxed, we headed home to plan our next move.
Okay, partner, this is it! A trip to Clockwork's lair!
It always bothers me
We
that
were
he
on our
says
way
a
to the
trip
Krakatoa
Clockwork's
volcano
lair.
in Russia. While looking over what little information I had on the final member of the Fiendish Five, I began to notice something. In the 4 parts of the Thievius Raccoonus recovered so far, several of the pictures depict a shadowy owl-like figure, which looks very similar to the police images of the mysterious Clockwork. Is this a strange coincidence, or is there something I'm missing?
Of 8. I love that title screen. One of the coolest
Hey,
ones.
Sly! The road to Clockwork's fortress is blocked. Do me a favor and shoot out that lock for me, would you, pal? Whoa! Check out all those mines! Think you can blow them away and clear a safe path for us?
Something tells me Clockwork doesn't like visitors. Yeah, I've always well, not always wondered that, but that is something that's
Bingo! My scanners indicate the Clockwork is
that
holed up in that
I've
owl's
started
tower.
to wonder about.
First things first, we've got hostile robo-falcons at 12 o'clock, Sly.
That's no tower, it's a giant death ray! Sly, take out those rocks or we're in trouble!
You know, if they make a Sly 5 and continue directly on
Heads up, the
From,
robo-falcons are back.
Thieves in Time, then whoever's in charge of it is going to have their work cut out for them, and the only way I could think of making it worthwhile is somehow tying together pre-robotization clockwork, and also I've got to turn the volume down. Somehow tying together the time travel with Clockwork's robotization. Because it's never said when Clockwork... Okay, hello there. It's never said when Clockwork roboticized himself. It's just said that he did it at some point. It's never explained exactly how. All it's explained is why he did it, and that's because he hates the Coopers so much that he wanted to plague them for generations and just destroy them. So, if I were writing, if I had the unfortunate task of cleaning up after Sly 4, in a Sly 5, I would try to find a way to where, because of all the time travel shenaniganry, that is how Clockwork was able to get a hold of the technology to roboticize himself. At the same time, I would have to find a way to make it so that Clockwork doesn't learn that he eventually dies. And honestly, just them not dealing with Clockwork at all in Thieves in Time is a major, I would say, oversight. I mean, not even one single mention. Fuck. There's not even one single mention from Sly or Bentley or Murray. Hell, even Carmelita. Carmelita knows at least a little bit about Clockwork and the kind of in the hell he's put the Cooper family through. There's not even a slight mention or concern from anyone that, hey, we're going back to a period of time when Clockwork was alive. Are we going, when we get to there, are we going to be arriving around the time when Clockwork killed my ancestor? Or are we going to run the risk of running into Clockwork? Because Clockwork's been clinging to the Coopers for generations, watching them like hawks. So surely he would notice, he's sure to notice a second Cooper appearing out of nowhere. Hell, he's sure to notice any sort of technological, any sort of anomaly, I would imagine. I need to stop. I just need to stop thinking about Thieves in Time. I wish honestly, I kind of wish Thieves in Time was never created. Because every time I think about it, and I think about all the issues with it, mainly, actually, most of the issues are just with the story. Every time I think about the flaws. Because there are unfortunately more flaws than there are not flaws. Every time I think about it, I'm like, shit, I just thought of something better. Shit, this could have been good if they didn't do this. Crap, they had a good idea going here, but then they did it, but then they fucked it up. It would seem we have an issue.
That won't be a problem. I can hack the computer's connection
We got some issues going on.
If anyone tries to keep you from those computers.
Hurry! There are only 119 computers up there, and these fire slugs seem intent on getting to them before us. The first one to 60 computers wins.
The hardest Murray mission in the game. I pushed him into that. I hate myself. I helped the enemy. Oh, that was great. A cluster of three computers landed right in front of a fire slug. We lost.
Too slow, Murray. Those fire slugs are beating you to the computers. You'll never get to them all at this rate. Remember, use the battering ram to knock the fire slugs back into the lava.
What am I supposed to do when a computer drops? When 3 computers drops right in front of a fire slug?
There are only 119 computers up there, and these fire slugs seem intent on getting to them before us. The first one to 60 computers wins.
My computers. That one dropped right on top of it. That's not fair. It's only fair when the computers drop on top of me. There we go.
Driving, Murray. Now we have enough data to open the security doors. Just past them is the control room to Clockwork's Death Ray Tower. I think it's time for some Cooper thieving and sabotage. Don't you think, Sly?
I think so, yes. Let's go. Let's roll. Time for some thieving. Time for a daring rescue.
Careful, Sly. Those tiles are booby-trapped. You better get out of there.
Hold on. That's Carmelita. She looks trapped.
Serves that cop right. She's been dogging us from the start.
It's just a misunderstanding. We've got to free her.
Are you crazy, Sly?
Yes.
Clockwork probably stuck her there to trap you.
But if I don't do anything, Carmelita's doomed. Besides, stealing just won't be any fun without her.
Sly, your ridiculous raccoon logic sends shivers up my shell. But if you're determined to go through with this, that barrel will undoubtedly help, though I have no idea how you'll get up there.
Dude, a spire jump here, a rail slide there. I've done this a million times.
Yeah, there's issues with audio syncing in cutscenes.
Sly Cooper? I should have known you were behind this.
You got me wrong, Miss Fox. I'm here to rescue you.
You sentimental fool. Empathy has always been the downfall of the Cooper clan.
I knew this was a trap. Looks like I'm going to have to do some fast and furious hacking to shut down that gas before Sly's brain is turned to cheese. Haven't had to do this in a while. Okay, I used the left analog stick to steer and the right analog stick to unleash my hacker code. Those green data packets need to be destroyed if I'm going to get at the yellow security code. Uh-oh. It looks like I triggered one of Clockwork's security algorithms. Stay sharp, Bentley.
Stay sharp immediately dies. Got more thoughts about Slide 5 and like the origins of Clockwork.
Level 3!
Part of what makes Clockwork such a terrifying villain is that we don't know much about him. He just appears. No one knows where he comes from, what he does. All we know is that he's existed since forever. He's existed as long as the Coopers have. And he will do anything to make their lives hell. So I'm not sure if giving him an origin story would be a good idea. I don't know how receptive people would be to that. And I don't know if tying it into a cleanup for Thieves in Time would outweigh that idea of him being unknown. And that's what makes him the most terrifying. Part of what makes him terrifying.
I'm the best! No code can stand before me!
It
Sly, I was wrong about
all I know,
Break me out of this force field
all I
by
do know for
smashing its
sure
face, and I'll make it up to you somehow.
is that if there is ever any sort of continuation, if there is a Sly 5 and it doesn't come off the back of a new Sly 4, whoever's doing it, I do not wish to be in their
I've hunted
in their
you for
shoes.
years,
I do
tried to
not
throw you
envy their
behind
position.
bars, but when you get a chance to leave me in a cage, you set me free. Why?
Carmelita, we may be on opposite sides of the law, but you're not my enemy. Now, the homicidal robotic owl that built this death ray and nearly gassed us to death, that guy's on my list.
I see your point. All right. Until Clockwork and his evil schemes are destroyed, I suggest we work together.
Together at last. Wait, I need that cane. It's been in my family for generations.
Don't worry, Ringtail. I'll cover you while you get it back. If you can, make your way to the top of the death ray. I stashed my jetpack there before Clockwork nabbed me.
Now that we're a team at all, I hate to leave your side.
Hold on. This truce is only temporary. Once we beat Clockwork, I'm coming after you.
Really?
Well, maybe I'll give you a 10-second head start.
Oh, no, come on, come on.
Nice job, Raccoon.
The more I think about it, the best course of action would be to just retcon Thieves in Time. There's any sort of continuation.
Got destroyed as you were making a run for your cane. You'd better
Remake
hurry,
the
this whole
trilogy
thing is about to
and then
fall
do
apart.
I'm on it.
Crash 4, It's About Time. Sly 4, It's About Time.
It's sinking fast. Climb, Sly, climb.
I'm surprised there's no trophies for any of the Clockwork levels. No trophy for completing the climb without falling in the lava or getting shocked. Kind of like that. I can usually make that jump. Ugh. I think this is the most I've ever died in a Sly 1 replay. I'm losing my cut. get ready.
Okay, that jetpack is easy to fly. Use the left analog stick to aim and steer, and press the square button to fire its rockets. Sly! Behind you!
Sly Cooper, you have escaped my gas chamber and destroyed my death ray. Remarkable. You Coopers always find a way to beat me.
Always? So that was you in the background of all those old pictures in the Thievius Raccoonus. How old are you?
Perfection has no age.
What? You're immortal?
Revenge is the prime ingredient in the fountain of youth. I've kept myself alive for hundreds of years with a steady diet of jealousy and hate, awaiting the day when I will finally eclipse your family's thieving reputation.
Sly! My missiles don't hurt him but seem to create holes in his armor. Shoot into the gaps I create!
You're the weakest Cooper I've yet encountered. You cannot escape me. My skills are superior.
Certainly the most talkative Clockwork's ever been for me.
Nice shooting, Sly! You got him! Wow, that's one tough owl.
I don't get it. You're so familiar with my family. You must have known my father had a son. If you hated the Coopers so much, why did you let me live when you stole the Thievius Raccoonus?
Because I wanted to show the world that without your precious book, the Cooper line was nothing.
Ah, well, there's where
That's
you're
where you're wrong.
The
Thievius Raccoonus doesn't create great thieves. It takes great thieves to create the Thievius Raccoonus.
Enough, Sly Cooper. It ends here. I will finish you like I finished your father. Then the Cooper line will be erased, and the only master thief will be Clockwork.
In a remake, I would definitely change these rings to be like how they work in Slide 2, where you have to shoot them first in order to pass through them safely. Right, the perspective is different in Slide 2. Maybe I just think it's easy because I've played this game so many times. That might be the thing.
Now's your only chance, Sly! You've got to get to his head and destroy it before his...
I am. Blue 7. Flowers. Never. Another two. Feet together. I will live. Interact. Come back. You will live.
I'm sorry, Bird. I'm sorry, Clockwork.
It took some tricky maneuvering, but I managed to snatch that last piece of the Thievius Raccoonus from Clockwork's claw. I had taken down each member of the Fiendish Five: Raleigh, Mugshot, Ms. Ruby, the Panda King, and finally Clockwork. I'd beaten them all one by one and reclaimed my birthright. Of course, there was no way I could have gotten here without the help of my pals. I know this hasn't been easy for them, yet they stuck with me through it all.
I'd like to see the Slide 1
Murray,
scenes done
boy,
in the
it took a lot of
Slide
guts
2
for him to get out in the
part.
field with me. I know he was scared, but he's got more heart than anyone I've ever known. And thank goodness for Bentley. Without his expertise, I'd have never found my way off that rooftop in Paris. A guy couldn't ask for a better gang of friends. Who could ever forget the lovely Carmelita? Looks like we're not going to be friends anymore. Now that Clockwork's death ray is out of commission, we're back to playing cops and robbers. I thought for sure she was going to slap the handcuffs on me right then and there. But instead, she was true to her word and gave me that 10-second head start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. One. I felt bad leaving her stranded on that giant rock, but I knew it wouldn't be long before we'd see each other again.
That was Sly 1. PlayStation 4. Still great. Awesome game. So there are some issues with the port. The dialogue lip sync. Dialogue is out of sync. Saw some lighting issues there. Excuse me. Coming out of the tunnel in Murray's mission here in Russia. Other than that, like it, I think I would. It's not better than the original. It's not. I don't. Just because of the Ms. Ruby fight. Until we get an HD port where the music and the app prompts are back in sync, it will not be better than the original just because of the Ms. Ruby fight. This really, that's just I think.
I hate to tell you this, Sly, but the Thievius Raccoonus isn't fully restored. You're gonna have to go back and unlock all the vaults to find the pages you're missing. There is some good news, though. A friend of mine in Japan just sent me this really cool movie. And guess what? It's all about us.
いやー危なかった。ま、カルマリータちゃんには悪いけど、今回も俺様たちの勝ちだ。このデータファイルがあれば父ちゃんの敵が撃てる。あれはまだ俺が子供の頃だ。よく父ちゃんの膝の上で遊んでたっけ。俺様の一族は代々伝わる義族の家系。そして受け継がれた技をまとめたのがこのラクーナの秘伝書だ。その洗練を極めた忍びの技だが、そこには必ず守らなければいけない厳しい掟があった。義族たる者を名誉にかけて狙うは悪党のみ、善人からは奪わない。ところが俺様が秘伝書を受け継ぐことになった夜、突然5人のギャングがやってきた。奴らは俺を守ろうとした父ちゃんを、そしてとうとう見つけ出してしまったんだ。大切なラクーナの秘伝書を。奴らは俺様の全てを奪いやがった。きっと中に書かれた技を使って悪いことをしでかすに違いねえ。そして俺様は一人ぼっち町の孤児院に入った。だがここで素晴らしい仲間に出会ったんだ。天才発明家、頼れる相棒ベントレー、そしてマーレ。食いしん坊でちょっとドジだがまあ憎めない弟分さ。仲間と一緒に俺様は父ちゃんの敵を討ち、そして秘伝書を取り返す。クーパーの名前に恥じない義族になれるか、それとも失敗してご先祖の顔に泥を塗るのか。さあ 俺様たちの運命はどっちだ。
Not a huge fan of how Carmelita looks in the anime. Scene. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. Dicky break, so that I go to the restroom, and then we'll come back and get the rest of the trophies. Oh man, it's hot in here. What's going on? Hot. Yeah, okay. Alright. First things first. We complete the Thievius Raccoonus. Right at the beginning. Always where it is, right at the beginning. Oh no, battery level low. Oh no. Darn it.
Press the circle to enter the vault code. I got a real headache figuring this one out. Input 578. Amazing! Colonel Reed Cooper's time stopper technique. Press the triangle button and execute a flashbang that will stun all guards in the world for a few seconds. I can see how this might be useful and entertaining too.
At long last, the Thievius Raccoonus restored to its original state. The first time I held the whole thing under my arm since I was 8 years old.
8.
The same weight that all my ancestors had felt beneath their arms as they had passed it on. Although,
I'm dumb.
while
I
other
thought it
family
was
members
3.
may have been great thieves, they all inherited the book. I got a
God,
chance
I'm
to
dumb.
earn
I'm
it.
stupid. fan.
I had taken down the Fiendish Five, having used the moves my ancestors taught me, and become a master thief along the way.
I'm a
The time
horrible
had come
fan.
for me to chronicle my own adventures into the
Well,
great
I
book.
shouldn't even call myself a Sly Cooper fan. I couldn't even remember that he's supposed to be, that he was 8. And the Fiendish 5 killed his parents.
This is gonna be fun.
Terrible. I'm not worthy to call myself a Sly fan. Do, 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 do. It's amazing how short video game credits used to be. If they ever remake these, I bet you anything, the remake credits are going to be like 3 times, 4 times the length of this. Like, I won't be finished with my ice cream by the time the credits are done.
You've done it, Sly! The Thievius Raccoonus is complete! Now, try beating all the Master Thief sprints to unlock the designer's commentary. Once you've unlocked them all, I've got a special behind-the-scenes movie to show you.
Alright. Time. Woo! Last second. I think that was like 0.1. Or hell, it might have been 0.0. .0. Barely did it.
So this is the approach leading into Raleigh's Store Machine boat. And this is one of the first levels of the game we made. And it has been gone over and over and over. And as the characters changed, as his jump length changed and jump height changed, this level got changed too.
Right.
And it's also sort of like the test bed for the lighting, right? Hokyo, you did all the lighting in the game.
Right.
What kind of stuff was going through your head when you were making this level?
Before I do any lighting, the artist, me and include other artists, we trying to get the right color palettes, get the right mood of the time. The main goal that I was trying to do for this game was not making it too dark, but you still get the sense that you're at the nighttime.
Is it hard to do to kind of get a versatile set of colors going on to represent night,
Right.
but not be kind of Las Vegas-y?
As you can see the game right now, you have tealish shadow all over. That is our shadow. Most of the game uses black as the shadow, but we have different lighting that can make the shadow. We can choose the color shadow. We can make it pink, blue, whatever color, and we can give the intensity and stuff like that. So just a lot of time consuming just trying which shadow works the best with these textures. That was the most time consuming was with the textures. Does it works well with the blue? If it doesn't, then we slightly change the saturations or the colors of the textures. We did a lot of process on those in this level.
How many times do you reckon you went through this level and relit it?
Maybe more than 30 times.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That is intense.
Yeah, because we're dealing with the fog and the shadow, and the most important thing is the brightness. If the game is too dark, everybody has a different TVs, so it might look very dark on some people's TV and might look very washed out, very bright. So that was very challenging for me to making it, kind of getting it right, the brightness.
You've got a really weird setup here at work where you've got your computer monitor and then 3 TVs right next to each other while you're doing your lighting. And it isn't, like, one is a bright TV, one's a normal TV, one's a dark TV.
Right. The reason that I have a 3 different set of TVs, I wanted to see the game with really kind of washed, bright, and also very, very dark. So my goal is trying to make it all same with those 3 different monitors, trying to get it all same brightness and the colors.
I've never been a game designer. Never was. I was barely 5 when this game came out. 5 or 6. But like, I miss this era, that era of game design where you had where you were in a cubicle and you had like 3 CRTs next to each other, and then you had your computer you were working on, and then you had a PS2 dev kit hooked up to the TV. Like, I miss that era of game design, even though I was never a part of it. Just 1 trophy for cunning disguise. You have to beat the level without using the barrel. It's gonna be interesting. Trying to pull that off. Not sure how you would do that. Darn it. Yes, try again. Of course, try again. There we go. Now for the commentary.
You may be saying this level is large, but it is actually a third of the size of the original level.
The original concept behind the original NPCs was to tie them to Alice in Wonderland.
What was challenging in lighting this level, Okio? You have fire in here, you have multi-levels, you have lasers.
Yep.
Okay, the hardest thing for this level was the, you have two different kind of setup mood. One is very cold. You start with cold, and at the end you get hot. So we have like we can only use one fog in this level with actually for every level. So choosing the right color of the fog was very difficult to stay kind of same. I mean,
Keep it consistent with the other levels.
right.
Just having that progression from cool to warm.
Wasn't that an
Lighting
octopus?
guy is very
Or was
quiet.
that in a long, long time ago?
That was in a long, long time ago for this level.
Kind of closer there behind.
It was behind. It was behind.
We were very
the door.
sad when it was removed.
Yeah.
It was quite
It's a
large.
sad day.
It was a huge octopus head, and you got to knock its eyeballs out of its sockets and knock its teeth out of its
And its eyes
head.
looked at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
It was pretty
looking.
creepy, wasn't it?
And he had a bow tie. Our NPCs were all kind of formal, wearing formal wear.
Oh, that's it? That's it for the DevCom? Well, in that case, we're just gonna go on to the next level. I'm definitely not making it now. I can retry? Yes. Getting caught. Increase time. Oh, complete time. Anyway, I'm not making it. Crisis. Crisis. This one I'm actually curious how to do. Even without getting caught, I'm not sure. I don't think you have enough time to do it the normal way. High class, high sprint. Yeah, using the goal. Mm-hmm. Jump around. Okay. All right. Yep. God dang it. If I didn't get caught in the water. Well, Sly can't swim because he didn't attend swimming lessons. But one of the Coopers did figure out a water safety technique, which allows me to pop out of the water, and that's without losing a charm. But if we're going by the ancestors, then no, because none of the ancestors know how to swim either. No, fuck. Gee, there we go, finally. 0.9 seconds. Now let's take a leisurely stroll through there, listening to the commentary.
After doing the crankshaft level, we decided that it would be impossible to finish this game with levels that are that size. So we decided we were kind of in this mode where okay, that was a regular big level, and we'll also do these smaller levels that are kind of bonusy. And we wanted to do one that was, you know, like just pretty much all secure, you know, as much security as I could put in. So this is going to be a small security level. It ended up being actually pretty
Great size.
Good size. For security in the game, we decided to go with a kind of one free hit per system, I guess you could say, where they're kind of in sensor mode. They're yellow. And they don't actually cause damage to you if you trigger it, but it sets off the alarm and changes them to a damage, you know, this kind of red damaging state. And we primarily did that, you know, for inexperienced players to give them an extra, you know, an extra chance to get through instead of just burning and just hurting them every time. And also because we like the idea of you running around while the alarms are blaring, and it's loud, it's a little disorienting. It's something, if it immediately burned you, a lot of people would probably, you know, like die then and wouldn't get that experience of running around while the alarms are blaring. So we thought that was a good thing. So we switched to the kind of one free hit, I guess, per system.
We were under really tight constraints, the challenges of creating this environment. One of our best traits is that we have a great way of communicating. So between the designer, modeler, and texturist, we made sure that whatever we were creating could get done in the time we had available. We really adjusted when we had to. We adjusted things in the model to work for gameplay. And then also before I did my final handoff, I really talked to the texture artist, because he had like a limited amount of time, and said, hey, this is what I did. You know, and I really tried to model it toward him being able to texture it in a fast period of time and also look great. So it was really great. We really talked about, and we learned a lot about our game designer process through this. After this, Rob started doing almost all the elevation final, doing any turns, adding any elevation changes, and so it really helped the whole process along the way.
And this is also I think our last level that had split collision versus what you see on screen versus what you like, kind of the physics that you're running around on. So this really was
a transition.
Yeah, a transition from how we did levels, and it was. I think it really helped us get in a position where we could finish the game.
Yeah, it's totally true. We could do stuff fast. Yeah.
I've never actually heard these dev commentaries before. They usually never do the Master Thief sprints. Probably could have finished in the double digits if I didn't trip the alarm.
This level began with just the kind of mechanic of this wheel that you can interact with by running on it. And it's kind of one of the few more puzzly kind of elements in the game where it's, you know, when you walk up to this thing, it's not completely straightforward what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, it's not immediately obvious what that wheel is used for.
So, you know, getting, in both these cases, it's, you know, driving, you know, running on it drives the animation of another, something else in the scene, whether it's the hooks or the conveyor belts.
Right.
And I don't know, is there, I know you've done some rigging in here.
Yeah, I actually had done the rigging on both of the wheels, and so that was a little bit challenging from the perspective of the conveyors. You know, the conveyors that we've got in the back wall there with regard to the getting the textures to actually go with the speed of the conveyors. That was the challenging part of rigging this, was doing that work. But most of the rigging just was driving the animation, changing the speed of the animation of the hooks going around, or changing the particles of the steam coming out of the whistle. Mm-hmm. Right, and that's what the extent of the rigging was.
The hot coals that roll down on the floor, it's something that I've stuck to my guns on this. A lot of people have not liked the hot coals because
I think they're great.
Because it's kind of this random thing. It's not something that's totally easy to predict. Even though the floor has been modeled with kind of these dips to really, you know, they pretty much they're real physics, but they're going down a pretty similar path just because of the shape of the floor.
It's kind of a valley there that takes it right down to the
walruses.
grading and then back around again.
We're kind of actually moving, when the coal gets to the bottom of the shaft, we just move it to the top where it comes out of to respawn it. So it's kind of like a transporter or something like that. Mm-hmm. And at one time, instead of the clues, we had these bags of loot that they would roll on the ground. And it was funny when you would break like a safe open and this bag of loot would come out and it would roll down this hill because it's designed for these coal to roll down, and then it would fall down the chute, and then the money would come out of the chute where the coal's coming from. So it kind of revealed exactly how we were doing this.
Yeah. I can imagine a player seeing the loot going down and going, "Oh no, I just lost it," and then looking at the chute, and there it is popping out.
Yeah, the guards are walruses and squids. Flashlight guards are squids. Then the other ones. Yeah. One. Let's see. Does the stun work on? Does not. There's a trophy for completing this level without using barrel. Question is, how do I do that? Shadow power, maybe? Shadow power work? does not work. Decoy? No. Maybe. Nope, decoy doesn't do it. Nope, that doesn't do it. Maybe. Work on it while I listen to the dev's commentary. It's gonna be a tough time trial. The fact that I have to keep going back for the barrel. barrel. I'm not sure about this one. Let's see. Cunning disguise, master sprint. Okay. And how are you going to get past that last rug? Oh, you're just gonna tank. Okay. Just tank the hit, that's how you get through it. Unfortunately, you can't do that for the trophy. There aren't enough ways to get that many horseshoes. And I don't have the horseshoes for it. Speaking of. Speaking of not having the horseshoes for it, I don't have the horseshoe to do the... do that strat. What? We're going to try and figure out how to get that, how to do this trophy while we get the horseshoes. Oh. There's the horseshoe. I wonder if this is the legit way developers thought for you to take to beat this level. Beat that. Okay, now we need to figure out how we're gonna get the trophy. While we listen to the commentary.
This is another one of these levels where actually the key is available right at the beginning. You can see where it is. It's a little small, but still the key is right on this ledge, very, very close to that main, that first elevator when you go in. And so you're going to end up going into the level and coming all the way back out on a different level.
Brian actually did some initial, like, kind of level layouts for this.
Yes.
And that's what got me started in the kind of really double-deckering the game path in here.
And we did that in other places too, but this was like the first where we really did a serious double-decker, different types of kind of challenges on the top and the bottom. And
right. And Hoagie also did the texture maps for all the NPCs. Kind of, you really unified their kind of visual style in a really good way.
The main problem for our levels, I mean, my goal is to making it not dark, but give it the night sense. And especially like this level is interior, but you still get the night light. So it was pretty difficult for me to do the lighting at first.
I know we've changed lighting models.
3 times?
3 times.
Right.
So each time you got to learn the new tricks of the new lights and then change all those out.
Right. That was kind of difficult at first, learning through the new lighting system.
Mm-hmm.
But it really helped the visual, since we have the shadow. Most of the game doesn't have the shadow system, so shadow turns to just a black. They cannot make it to the colors, and thanks to our programmers that made it happen.
When you collect the key on this level or any of the other levels, you'll notice that the background kind of completely goes dark, and we kind of go into this letterbox and show you this animation of Sly picking the key, and it's kind of funny. We use this alternate lighting model to darken everything else at this very base level. It was a weird kind of just hack feature I put in to just darken everything. But then you have to say, well, I don't want to darken Sly because he's the one collecting the key. So Sly is actually marked as like, don't darken me, but he's the only thing in the whole game that's marked that way. Oh, and the key is marked as don't darken me. But everything else in the game gets darkened by this alternate lighting model when you collect your keys.
Okay, so just watching while listening to the commentary, I was listening to the commentary, I was watching how to get the trophy videos, and for the first rug, everyone has just tanked the hit with a horseshoe. This one I'm watching right now, he skipped over the second rug at the bottom of the lift with momentum from rolling off the elevator, and then he just tanks the hit on the second and final rug. That's how you would do it. However, just like that one trophy in Haiti, if we just leave the trophy popped, I think there may have been some oversights on the clear conditions for some of these trophies. Alright. Gunboat Graveyard. Haha! There we go. Actually, didn't know you could do that. The trophy says, take a shortcut over flaming debris in the gunboat graveyard by using the crow's nest.
So this started off as a puzzle where you were going to come to the end of this boat deck, and actually the top of the boat deck where the first starfish throwing NPC now is, was going to be the training section. And the idea was going to be that there was going to be invisible lasers all over this area, and you were going to have to spray something into the ahead of you to expose the beams, either smoke or frost or something in front of you.
I remember seeing that in Slide 3
And so it was actually laid out very rectangularly, and there were all these things to jump on, these floating platforms to jump on, and you had to kind of, each time you did a jump, you had to kind of look around you for the invisible lasers and then make your next jump. And as we backed away from the puzzly, slower gameplay, that was the first idea that went away. So then what came?
Well, there was also the idea of once you got to the rear set of the buoys that floated on the water, that there was a giant fish that was sitting below you.
The giant fish.
And he was the one that paced you and made you want to move forward faster and get through the level, or otherwise he'd come up and gobble you up.
Yeah, so the giant fish, he got cut. Giant fish got cut.
We definitely learned a thing or two about.
So this started off as a puzzle where
commentary.
you were going to come to the end of this boat deck, and actually the top of the boat deck where the first starfish throwing NPC now is, was going to be the training section. And the idea was going to be that there was going to be invisible lasers all over this area, and you were going to have to spray something into the ahead of you to expose the beams, either smoke or frost or something in front of you. And so it was actually laid out very rectangularly, and there were all these things to jump on, these floating platforms to jump on, and you had to kind of, each time you did a jump, you had to kind of look around you for the invisible lasers and then make your next jump. And as we backed away from the puzzly, slower gameplay, that was the first idea that went away. Yeah. So then what came?
Well, there was also the idea of once you got to the rear set of the buoys that floated on the water, that there was a giant fish that was sitting below you.
The giant fish.
And he was the one that paced you and made you want to move forward faster and get through the level, or otherwise he'd come up and gobble you up.
Yeah, so the giant fish, he got cut. Giant fish got cut.
We definitely learned a thing or two about physics engines in games. How the predictability of something animated over relying on the physics engine to work itself out is usually...
Yeah, the physics engine tends to work well in really clean, isolated situations, or in shrapnel, or in other situations where you want good-looking sort of ambient animation, but not as good for stuff that has to work 100% of the time, super predictably. And then I think environmentally, I think this was one of our first levels that really had a good kind of, I don't know, misty, really rich kind of textured feel to it. You know, the fire on the side, which you can see from outside, and the approach even.
All the the moss hanging off of everything, and just kind of...
Yeah, a lot of really kind of organic richness in this level, especially back, there was a fish and all that stuff, the waters, being space warped, and, has some interesting stuff going on, and, all the surface effects that the texture artist put in, all really, I think, made this a really good looking level, and one that we kept investing in because it was something that, the surroundings were so appealing that we wanted to make sure we used it in a really constructive way.
The wisps floating through the air and whatnot, with fire in the background, brought out a great richness in the environment. I remember when I first loaded it into the world after it had just gone through this massive change, and it was just one of the most spectacularly beautiful levels that we had at the time. That it was just exciting to go back and play through it.
Right. hideout. That's everything. Tide of Terror, 7 of 7, 6 of 6 of 6 of 6. Set Snake Eye. A rocky start. Dang it. I mistimed it. Got it.
So the second approach of the game, this was touched by a lot of people too.
Yeah, originally it was a huge junkyard that you were navigating through.
Yeah.
It was really confusing for the player to know where they needed to go and what was a wall and what wasn't, because everything was equally interesting.
Right.
As it was just piles and piles of trash.
Like some breakables, but some not. And it was really sort of dissatisfying to play.
And then it sort of morphed into this mesa thing, primarily to define space that you could and could not walk on. As the player would progress in towards Mesa City, you get more of that kind of abandoned, desolate, not so much junkyard feeling, but ghost town vibe.
Definitely.
As you went from no man-made structures, and then you find a shack, and then you get to like a house, and then a building, and then multiple buildings, and then this sort of subway terminal.
Right.
All of which are progressively denser and denser kind of urban images.
So in this level, you've got the stick guy, you got the dog, the leash dog.
Oh yeah, there's 4 actually that I did in this level. There's the stick guy, there's the card thrower, there's the bulldog on the leash, and there's the jailbird dog.
What do you call you have kind of pet names for all the NPCs?
Yeah, I have names for him because I hate calling him stick guy and
what?
stuff. So.
You don't like stick guy?
I don't like stick guy. I'd rather call him Gorgeous Lou.
Gorgeous Lou?
Gorgeous Lou is the stick guy. The card thrower is Inkspot Jackson. Dalmatian, obviously. The bulldog I never had a name for. Because I think the bulldog was actually... I didn't do the bulldog. I just helped on the animation, but I didn't design them. But and then Polly Shackles is the jailbird dog.
Who has the best idol of any NPC in the game? Trying to gnaw through his chain.
That's pretty good.
Ball and chain.
Very on theme.
Very much.
It's always cool when the NPC is showing you what he's going to be doing to you through his idol, so you get a sense what his weapon will be. Those are always more successful. Both those guys do it pretty well. Oh, this level features maybe the coolest security setup of them all, where you have that kind of checkerboard on the floor with the floor sensors and the sweeping lasers. And it looks like you're a goner. There's no way in the world anyone could ever get through this. And you can totally get through it, but the thing is, because the security devices have to sense you before they become dangerous, you can practically run through the whole thing and live for it. You know, live, but you'll be fine. But it looks just overwhelmingly tough. And I mean, in a lot of ways, that was our goal in the whole game, was to give the perception of crazy difficulty and make it very doable, so that you got that feeling you had done something exceptional and that Sly was a really exceptional thief.
Oh, come on. Really? 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 There we go. 6 seconds.
This is the only level in Mugshot's world that actually is a casino. And originally, when we had set off to make Mugshot's world, it was all going to be casino. We just sort of weren't that interested in doing a whole casino world after doing one.
So we had to find lots of stuff around it. That's why we have buildings outside of it and the rooftop on top of it.
Well, it's just more interesting going through the urban environment.
Yeah.
This is the only level in Mugshot's world that actually is a casino. And originally, when we had set off to make Mugshot's world, it was all going to be casino. We just sort of weren't that interested in doing a whole casino world after doing one.
So we had to find lots of stuff around it. That's why we have buildings outside of it and the rooftop on top of it.
Well, it's just more interesting going through the urban environment than it was kind of making your way through these slot machines and dodging the gangster dogs.
Kind of like real Vegas, where it's interesting for the first time you see it, and for a little while, and then after a while you kind of get numbed.
But it's based on real casinos that have a lot of water and swinging, sparking cables. That you've seen, real casinos you've been to, over in Tulalip.
No, in fact, it's not. It's not. This level features a couple game mechanics that we use all over the place, but in here it's pretty pronounced, and that's when you get up on top of chandeliers and you're looking down on a guard, where the whole point is to get the drop on your opponent, jump down and smack them in the head with your cane. I think this was the first place we did it, and we use it all over the game, but there's some pretty clear examples in here. And oddly enough, even though you're many, many feet away from your opponent and you can go anywhere, whenever we see people playing, they instinctually bash people in the backs of their heads from above, so it seems to be pretty core to human behavior. Another very core Sly Cooper kind of gameplay concept is what we call M+1, an M standing for mechanic. So when you're playing the second half of this level and you're jumping on those spinning roulette wheels, you'll notice that the first set you're on, they're not dangerous at all. And that's just to teach you sort of what it's like to be on these wheels that have little partitions and they're moving. And then the second one you get to has dangerous tabs in them. So you have to kind of watch out where you're jumping. That's M+1. The +1 is the dangerous tabs. Then you get to the third set of wheels and you're at M+1+2. And the 2 is the laser beams, which you can't cross. So you need to get between the wheels fast. And then you get to the fourth set of wheels, and the wheels are going in the opposite direction. If you sit and you play this game, or the second half, and you really look at how the difficulty is ratcheted up one wheel at a time, it's crazy clear that that's how we try and increase the tension in the gameplay, but not overwhelming the player off the bat with complexity, because you're taught each little mechanic along the way.
I actually never noticed that. I never noticed that, actually. Like, consciously. Oh, okay, he can hit me on the pipe. Anytime I gained by pulling off that one move, grabbing onto the clothesline, lost. I'm not gonna make it. Shoot. That was dumb. Thought I might have been able to get momentum and launched off the roof to the lower balcony. But not. Why didn't you do the thingy with the grabbing and climbing? I hit the circle. I jump and hit the circle button. Start. Thievius. Now let's do it again. Listen to the comm, the dev comm.
I started working on this pretty much the day after I saw the movie, and I was pretty interested in the funky rooftop scenes they had in that film and the landscape created by those rooftops. This was the first level that we made that featured the Inspector Carmelita Fox, and it was a real challenge figuring out the gameplay mode for her because we wanted to have this cop character in the game that sort of made more concrete the fact that you were a thief and that chased you, but at the same time we didn't want to do a chase situation similar to the games where there was somebody behind you and you were running down screen.
Yeah, we wanted to have something where it didn't involve as much memorization, where it involved a fair amount of reactionary stuff rather than having to memorize the environment. Yeah, this was a particularly challenging level to get sort of cameras done correctly as well as behavior, because we had to focus on two different characters at once and we had to deal with it from pretty strange camera angles. There's a lot of change, so this was definitely a test for doing the camera angles.
It's weird for the cameras in particular because Carmelita needs to be on screen, Sly needs to be on screen, Carmelita's shock missiles need to be on screen, as well as all the areas that Sly needs to jump to or climb on need to be on screen. So you have all these requirements, and at the same time, you don't want to have the camera bonking into like chimneys or pipes or what have you. So if you look at how all the rooftops are laid out, the tallest elements will be at the point on the roof farthest away from the area in which the camera travels. And that's totally on purpose so that you won't be occluding your vision of Carmelita or where you need to go.
Yeah, in this one, it's more sort of the upper left corner of each building. So what inspired Carmelita?
Carmelita is a composite of two characters. Well, the first thing, right, is that we just wanted to have somebody saying, hey, Sly, you're a thief. Because otherwise, you know, you're not really making off with a lot of money here. You're stealing a lot of keys and you're stealing back your Thievius Raccoonus from other thieves. So unless we had a law enforcer telling you explicitly you were breaking the law, it didn't really seem like you were breaking the law, which you are. Anyhow, Carmelita is the product of really wanting to combine two characters. One is this inspector character from the series, Zen, who's a detective that hounds you, and it's pretty standard, right? It's sort of like Javert and Jean Valjean. A lot of these, you know, works of fiction that are about a criminal character have this tireless cop that hounds them all the time and their relationship. And the second character that we were pretty overtly riffing on was this federal marshal and a bank robber, and they fall in love, but they can't be in love because they're on opposite sides of the law. So Sly and Carmelita, they have that thing kind of going on where she is both his true nemesis and love interest at the same time.
Okay. Would be nice if I knew what they were talking about. What things they were referencing. I guess copyright or something kept them from mentioning whatever it is by name. Copyright's the worst, isn't it? It's in the way of everything. Ruins it all. I'm guessing maybe the movie might have been Moulin Rouge. I mean, it sounded, based on the first syllable and the last syllable we did get to hear, it sounded like he might have been saying Moulin Rouge. I'm not sure. I've never seen Moulin Rouge. I don't know if there are rooftop scenes in it. I don't think I'm going to make it. Alright, you have a good night. God damn it. Getting the... There we go. Now let's go break some glass and listen to the dev comm.
This level started with just experimenting with the field of view of the camera. This kind of, it's a lot more extreme and more...
I don't want to do the sprint.
This level started with just experimenting with the field of view of the camera. This kind of, it's a lot more extreme and more kind of fish-eyed lens than any other level in the game. And once that was in, it was like, well, this is very much like Vertigo, you know, you get this feeling of vertigo from being high and seeing the ground below you. So that's when I tried to make the design be like this, you know, the sides of the building or a skyscraper as they're going up. to help motivate that.
Yeah, we ended up doing it on the inside, kind of the hotel, sort of in a kind of an atrium or a courtyard. In theory, we invented these bouncers. This was actually the first place in the game that we had used, in this case, an awning, but anything that would bounce Sly upwards, and really started to tune and play with that gameplay about, how high should they each bounce and what's the right amount to give the player control while he's in the air. And really the combination, I think, of the unique camera angles and a huge amount of bouncing on things and jumping up and down on things really kind of defines the concept for this level. It presents some good challenges. Once it sort of took on this retro feel, kind of playing like a 2D side scroller. Our producers at Sony even, kind of took us to task once or twice about how retro that felt. But the retro feel also had a big impact on the kinds of NPCs we could use in this level.
Oh, definitely.
Because you needed it.
This level started with just experimenting with the field of view of the camera. It's a lot more extreme and more kind of fish-eyed lens than any other level in the game. And once that was in, it was like, well, this is very much like Vertigo, you get this feeling of vertigo from being high and seeing the ground below you. So that's when I tried to make the design be like this, the sides of the building or a skyscraper as they're going up. So
yeah, and we ended up
motivate that.
Yeah, we ended up doing it on the inside, kind of the hotel, sort of in a kind of an atrium or a courtyard. In theory, we invented these bouncers. This was actually the first place in the game that we had used.
Okay. Oh, we won't listen to that one. That get finished. Straight to the top. Attack was over with. Eventually, it was not. We didn't get hit by that jailbird. Did I get... Did I get the perfect date? No, I didn't.
I did the kind of layout design for this world using Legos, and it actually turned out pretty close to what I did. I knew it was going to be a rooftop, so having being kind of constrained by the general blockiness of Legos seemed like it was fine. And it helped me get the elevations worked out, and I found it easier than doing it on paper because of all the, it's going to be done in 3D anyway. So if you're throwing it together with Legos, you can get, kind of hold up to your face and look at it from all these different angles and try and imagine what shots you're going to have in it. So I think it was the only level I did with Legos, but I think it helped a lot.
Compositionally, the level was really fun to work on. It was, once he had the letters done and we knew the elevation, then I went in and even from the very first shot, you'll see that nothing overlaps each other. So the level doesn't feel like extremely super full, but it doesn't feel like it's all a bunch of clutter. And dealing with the NPCs, they were really fun. We had a lot of designs and thought about different ideas that would really relate to the idea of dogs playing poker. That's the theme.
Yeah.
There's really a theme behind it. So you'll see like the dog throwing cards and having his idols being card tricks, and the slobbering dog, the junkyard dog, which started in a whole different design with the bobbing head. It ended up being one of our most complex characters with blend shapes and really great idol of like chomping on a bone. And then at the top, or actually the lower levels, you'll see we call it dog with stick, which is totally a play on beefy dog sneaking around and how the idea of this big, cumbersome guy being able to walk so agile with the big stick. And then also the final one, which is you see up in the top level, which is we call him Paulie Shackles, and that's a jailbird. And he originally was a woman with a purse, and we found it too offensive, so we had to redesign. We're like, what are we gonna do? We have to redesign with the same gameplay mechanics, and we came up with different ideas, like maybe it'd be an Elvis impersonator with a microphone, but the whole idea of the thin string was too hard for a player to see, and the microphone really wasn't that big of an object. And then luckily Travis came with the idea that it'd be great for it to be a jailbird, him throwing his ball and chain, and it ended up being a really strong element. It's with the big ball at the end and a thick chain, it's really fair for a player to jump it and also know when it's dangerous. So it ended up being a real win-win.
A lot of the other game design stuff that's in this world besides the sign came out of brainstorming sessions with the people who were going to people like Suzanne and Karen and Dev, who were going to be directly involved in how this level was going to get fleshed out. So like the cars with the clues on them that drop away when you come off of them, I think that was Dev's idea, and having the sign, like the big bone that crashes through the wall and everything like that. So it was one of our better, very collaborative efforts.
Definitely.
Back to Tango. Now, taking damage. that again?
Cooper. You can't run forever.
Why didn't it? Why didn't it pop? Why it no pop? Also works perfectly. Enter and exit. Not pumping. Pop when I can. We'll come back. Focus on other things for now. You get squished. Big boy squishes you. And I knew that guy would be an issue. Didn't think it would be like that. Get untangled. Get other. I thought I had to would have to break the candles, even though we need to break the candles key to open the gate, which is where the exit is. I probably could have made it. Really? 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 Alright. Now, do it again. That is not what I wanted to pick. I don't know why did it go to the hideout. I didn't want to go to the hideout. Go back to the swamp path. Listen to the devcom while I take out all the voodoo guards without getting caught.
I like the smart guard a lot.
The who?
I like the rodent, the big voodoo rat.
For everyone who can't see Andrew, he's a dead ringer for the voodoo rodent.
It's a startling resemblance. I was scared when I first met Andrew. I actually hit him with a stick repeatedly. And I will again right now.
Ow. The voodoo rodent was one of the few in this world where I could actually sort of act out what I wanted him to do to any extent, and so he's the most humanoid, I guess.
You act out all of your characters?
I act out, yeah. I find that I think I was saying this on one of the other levels, but I find that and I make this mistake over and over again of thinking, oh, I know what this guy needs to do, and I just start animating and looking at it from the outside, and I find if I don't actually do the action myself and sort of feel what it feels like in the body and you know, make sure that the posture and the gestures all kind of feel right internally, then it's much more of a struggle to animate it. People say especially that the walk for this guy looks like something I would do. I don't think I really walk like that, but I did do that a lot during the week that I was animating him. And
you call them smart guards.
Yeah, the smart guards are that's kind of our internal sort of word for any of the guards that are the flashlight bearing guards that you really want to stay away from, and if they catch you, it's pretty much doomsday. So they're kind of an element of gameplay to really emphasize stealth and convince you that it's not okay just to randomly run through the world bashing things.
They're actually called smart because you can't evade them, or at least not easily without taking damage. So that every time you dealt with them, you had to be sneaky.
I think some of the repeatedly used pieces were really effective in this, like the way the huts, you have this sense that you're in this big village, and it's a few sort of simple pieces, you know, repeated and decorated with some smaller sort of elements around them, and I don't know, when you're down in and amongst them, it feels like it feels like a rich environment. It feels like you're in this, you know, little village of stone teepees.
It doesn't look like the same hut over and over again. They each look like they're their own individual hut. When I saw this game for the first time, after already having done the voices, I hadn't seen it when I did the voices, and I just had all these lines. Here is the actual visualization of everything that I had read in the script.
Voices. What? Ah, there we go. All right. Lair of the Beast. Okay, I was trying to maybe skip a little bit, but doesn't want me doing that. Really? Drop down to the lower part of the vine. These Master Thief sprints are a lot easier than I remember. Granted, probably the ones I really tried were just the very first one and then high class.
One of the things that's sort of interesting about this level, it's the first one that actually has a big shot to open the level. As we were developing the product, this was the first game level
that we built that had that, yeah.
Yeah, so that there's a really low camera looking up at the gate to try and give the sense that there was something very large inside, and to kind of be imposing, like the gate in the original King Kong movie.
Right.
When they get off the boat, there were all these natives who are sort of fearing the other side of the gate, trying to get that vibe across with this initial shot. Also, one of the sort of the design goals for the level was to focus on Sly's rail run move. So there are a lot of branches that you can jump on, and feeling pretty ninja-like as you can move on these surfaces that a normal person can't. So Sly, being upgraded to the point of near Master Thief, is able to traverse the treetops in this very cool kind of anime way.
Yeah, I always thought it was really cool how he moved sort of between using his hook and his feet, and doing regular landings and sliding and running uphill. It just feels like he covers a lot of different sort of modes and the way you move through it. And I remember, actually, before we had the control scheme worked out, you had to use different buttons to land with your feet and grab with your hook, and it would just explode your mind to try and play this level because you're trying to run away from this giant snake and still remember to hit the circle for this and the square for that, or whatever it was. But I just remember it being very sort of exhausting to play in its original control scheme.
Yeah, you really had to memorize the buttons.
How about the modeling on the trees? What were some of the challenges you faced?
Actually, going over poly budget was the biggest challenge, I think, because there's such cool, scary shapes. We wanted to get out of that, and to get the kind of gnarled branches that we wanted. It was easy to go over poly budget, and there's so many of them. That just added up to be kind of a nightmare. We had to go back in and redo some of the modeling and kind of limit our use of the trees, but it turned out looking pretty good, I think.
Did you have to go through any kind of special rigmarole to make sure that the true gameplay path was clean? Because there are a lot of kind of side branches that don't look playable, yet they exist in the world.
Yeah, I pretty much went through the game tree by tree and placed each branch with a reason. I didn't just go in and just start
do every branch.
Every branch has a reason.
Well, that's
you can see it.
Every branch that's in the gameplay zone, right? Because there's those top branches that you can never get to.
Right, the top branches aren't too bad, but some of the branches sticking out of the side of the trunk are separate models, and I put them in there only for visual reasons and to get them out of the way, if they were in the way of gameplay.
Next one, probably seen in one. Let's check it out. Always have the middle. Learn the names of 10 guards.
Sly, you'd better be on.
Okay. All right. I turn to face him and I get killed. What's up with that? These big old behemoth things. They're just the best. Roll the hat on equip. Did I take my medication? I think I did. You know what? I'm gonna go double check. I'm gonna go double check and make sure I have. Answer was no. No, I hadn't. I haven't had a seizure at UPS yet. Not looking to start anytime soon.
Gomerville's inspired it's the first, when we were modeling, it was the first one for Voodoo, so it was really supposed to decide the style of architecture and land. And we spent a lot of time on the trees because we realized it was 1/3 of the whole level.
And I worked on the maps inspired by Kay Nielsen's paintings for, well, and specifically the 12 Dancing Princesses, old fairy tale from, I think, around the turn of the century. Kay Nielsen was also the person that inspired the scene in Fantasia with the real droopy trees, and it's got a real cathedral-like scene as the people are all moving through the trees with the candles. And it adds to the mysteriousness of this level.
The kind of original game mechanic for this level was just having NPCs that aren't just, you walk up and you hit them and you kill them. They're NPCs that are getting generated from from something, you have to fight them down to get to their source and then take out their source. So that's where it started. And luckily, since we're in Voodoo, having them be ghosts makes a lot more sense than a lot of other NPCs. So once Andrew got in and did the modeling and animation of Travis's design for that round ghost, it really took off, because just having the fingers going while he's kind of chasing after you. I love the ghost in this level.
Yeah, and a lot of the great camera angles you see is not by the modeler, it's all by the game designer. And so it's really great to have, we really put a focus on getting great cameras from the get-go, and then I'll go in and compose, but it's really nice. We really lock them off and let me work with what the camera is, so we don't change any gameplay, and we just enhance the experience more by just sculpting.
Also, I think in the inspiration of a lot of the art style, I think Dev and Travis gathered a lot of research from all kinds of tribal original peoples' architecture and props, and the lanterns and the gourds and the ropes and the bones, and it's pretty much all organic, based on what you would have if you were living without a mill to mill your lumber with. And keeping it all organic is part of the fun of this one.
Yeah, we decided to make, instead of making a moss a buddy or having it be just a bitmap, we decided to model it and just make it puffy, which made it very toony.
Original peoples. Wow. Hearing that in a game from 2001, I am surprised. I was not expecting that. Not expect to hear that. Thought that was a relatively recent creation. It was going so well there. What made them consider adding these Master Thief sprints in? Was it just because of the similarities to Crash Bandicoot? I sneaked by the first time. Don't think we're gonna. I completely forgot where I was supposed to go. Too early. Okay, let's wait for him to turn around. Just have to get back to time elsewhere. Okay. I'm gonna try running past him. Already off to a great start. That was going great. didn't whack him. Thought I whacked him. Ooh. Close. Listen to the Jev com. Why isn't it playing? Play the dev com. I wish to hear the dev com.
The whole waterfalls of soup with the hands and the bones in it are very much inspired by the scene where they're going into get the or whatever. There you see this big cauldron of soup that has hands and all this gory stuff in it, and I was like, well, it's nice as in a pot, but as a waterfall, I would like that very much.
That really grosses me out. Me happy. Yeah, actually, yeah, we all like.
I just thought that was your thing. I didn't realize
The
that was
grosser it is,
inspiration.
the happier of Karen you are. The grosser it is.
Yes.
More chunks and bits and nibbles. The more and gristle.
Air flame.
The juicier it is,
the better.
Yeah, originally we were experimenting with how to the very first one had the floor and the ceiling were two separate objects, and the walls were skinned between them. So when the floor, you would jump on the floor and the floor would move around and the whole walls would stretch and distort. But
like being on a tongue.
Being on a tongue that's pulling on the cheek or something, right?
Yeah, the floor was like a trampoline, and then the entryways would stretch and distort, so the actual doorways would get smaller and bigger. And
right.
Getting fitting the number of smart guards in this level that we wanted was pretty difficult because these were probably the most ambitious smart guards in terms of just the number of animated pieces they had was, I think, more than we tried to put in one before, and so we ended up having to do all this clever stuff to get them all in there and get them animating like we wanted.
Really, there's the difference between like the initial texture pass in a level and when Karen has time to go in and put all these like light cobwebs and all this really nice
atmospheric sort of stuff.
Atmospheric like texture buddies and just texture, kind of accessories in the world. It really makes a ton of difference. And this world really feels like it got a decent pass at that.
Yeah.
I think we really wanted this level, even the NPCs. We wanted to kind of make it a little bit more scary, and push that angle a little bit more. It's still stylized and has this animated feel, but we wanted it to be, the glowing eyes. I think Hokyo did a great job of kind of integrating all the NPCs by giving them all the same sort of glowing eyes. And
real consistency.
Exactly.
Got all the Master Thief sprints from miserably 80 vicious voodoo. Now, higher in the sky. A perilous ascent. Calling bullcrap on that. Come on, hurry up, come on. I'm not gonna... No time. Dang it! Millimeter of light. What hit me? I'm sorry, what hit me there? But monkey ball landed on me. Why is that one the one that gives me the most trouble? Running behind. Take it. Took a chance. Took a chance, hoping that the flashlight was on the other side of the awning. And unfortunately, it was not. Don't you start yawning, dude. I need to be falling asleep at UPS. Yeah. I need to be falling asleep on the way back from work either. There was a quick trip directly on the path, on the road home from UPS. I have to go out of my way to go by Quick Trip. So I can go by Quick Trip, then I can get a breakfast taquito or two to eat, to masticate my jaw and chew. That's the scientific name for chewing, mastication. Need to masticate, keep yourself awake. On the way home from work. It just grazed me. And I am not. I finally do crash. Start the time trials. I'm not looking forward. I'm not exactly looking forward to them. Forward to getting the platinum relics. These are very clearly inspired by those relic trials from Crash. There's no way they're not. And the whole game is very Crash-esque set up. Hallways, the hallway platformer. I'd say what I'd call those Crash, Sly 1 hallway platformers. Sonic Forces. Surprised that has worked both times. Probably could have made it. Right there. Right there. I don't think the roll saved me any time. I hate that. I hate that enemy. No. Can't jump out the window, can I? Try a different one. We'll come back to that one. They just did not go away. I thought they would. I like that you can cheat the live system by starting the sprint. Dang it. behind. Went up the wrong set of trees. Not coming back after that. It was a leap of faith, hoping that there was a hook I could grab. Alas, there was not. What's happening with her? Must be having issues. Okay. Alright. One more. No, not that one. Flaming Temple of Flame. And then back to Perilous Ascent. Then we can listen to the dev commentaries. I'm not gonna do it now. Spotted by that guard and setting up the alarms really set us behind. If we have any more screw-ups, we definitely won't be doing this. I think there should be some kind of time stop thing for destroying the alarms. Like an extra second or two. Kind of like the time crates in the crash. Right. How perilous ascent. Let's go. This will be the urn. To earn. This will be to earn. If I don't get it this time, I'm gonna watch a video. there's any places that I can skip or save a bunch of time. And see if they have a better way of avoiding that one monkey launcher in that narrow canyon passage. Come on, guards, hurry up. Hurry with those lights. Okay. Here is where we watch the video. Perilous ascent. Need to say oh my god, you can do that? You can do that? Yeah. That made it radically easier.
Excellent, Sly! You've beaten all the Master Thief sprints and unlocked all the designer's commentary. Check out this fascinating behind-the-scenes movie.
How should I describe Sly Cooper?
I've never seen this before.
He's charismatic, suave, debonair,
cool, slick, fast, stealthy, athletic, he's a daredevil.
Sly Cooper is charming thievery.
We started with the idea that we wanted to do an action game where the primary character was a thief. The choice of a raccoon was a pretty natural fit in terms of, you know, obviously the mask being in place, being, as Dev would say, a creature of the night.
We very early on wanted to make a game that looked and felt like a cartoon, but was one step closer to realism rather than flat and graphic. We started experimenting with different ways we could bring this character to life, cell shading, how to make it feel like a cartoon but still feel like a great 3D game.
We want it to actually look like it was inked and painted, and we want the backgrounds to be, you know, really lush and have a painted look, so it looks like it's a living animated episode that you've been thrown into.
When you look at the game, initially, the first thing that draws you in is the beautiful art style and lush, very, very lush look of the environments. But when you actually play the game, the gameplay itself is lush as well.
The original conception of the Sly character was a much more realistic raccoon, chubby and not quite as lithe as the character is now, and it kind of evolved as we went along.
Once we got to that part where he kind of evolved into what he is now, my main job was to take him and try to put every bit of thiefiness into him that I could. He was kind of tiptoeing, and he's really like rearing back to like ease his foot forward, trying to keep all his weight back so his foot falls softly on the ground, and really try to hone his personality through subtleties in the movement and really try to push the thiefiness.
As we wanted Sly to feel really agile, we wanted him to feel like Sly could do the most amazing physical feats. You want to let the player of the game feel like they're a thief. Not like a real thief, like you wish thieves were.
Sly Cooper's story is really cool. He comes from a long line of super raccoon thieves. And the source of their kind of thieving greatness is this book called the Thievius Raccoonus. It's this incredibly valuable heirloom that is stolen from Sly's family when he's very young.
He has come of age, and now he feels it's his noble duty to take back the Thievius Raccoonus.
Sly has two buddies, Bentley and Murray. Bentley provides a lot of the plans for their missions. He does a lot of things that are very important for Sly to complete his missions. Murray has a huge case of Sly envy. He wants to be Sly in the worst possible way, and he has absolutely none of the capabilities to do it.
A hero's only as good as his villains. We wanted to create villains, you know, making them dangerous, making them menacing, making them goofy. Just giving them as much personality as Sly Cooper.
It's a super high bar being in the action-adventure category. I mean, all of the greatest games, the best games that are out there are all action-adventures.
The genre is such that you have to really excel in every single phase of the game. Going from saying Sly should be sneaky to actually having him feel sneaky in the game is hard. You have to start and you have to get the animation right, then you have to figure out how the engine's going to play the animation and how it gets affected by where he is and what he's doing and how the player can feel in control at the same time.
People are doing shoot 'em ups, and and things with, you know, big weapons and things like that. And this is all about character, so you can get the feeling of, you know, I am Sly and I'm sneaking around. Anytime we can exploit anything in the environment, build it in a way that, you know, as Sly's running over, it might seem more stealthy. We completely exploit that.
And our golden rule is whatever is thiefier wins.
If you want to make a game that looks different, the PS2 gives you the opportunity to do that.
As a programmer, it has a ton of tools for solving all sorts of different types of technical problems.
A big focus for us has been in getting our tool set to the point where the artists were really unconstrained.
Artists will come to us with, they want the game to look this way, or boy, can we have a line around all the characters, the cell shading that we do, or how can we do the lighting models so that things that are bright have certain colors on them. And they have a lot of really cool ideas, and I and the other people on the programming team work on trying to get the technology put in place so that we can, you know, make those ideas happen.
What we were able to do was put together our own lighting algorithm in vector units and then do the same thing for the cell borders that we put around all our characters. We could get it to all run super fast and have it all look different than other games. That was really our goal from the start, was to have a game which looked different.
It's been an interesting process building a team to build a game like this.
It's been great working with such a dedicated group of people. I've never really ever worked with a group I think as hardcore as this.
It really does require unbelievably talented artists, unbelievably talented programmers, and unbelievably talented designers.
How you doing?
The designers, I think, have done a wonderful job of giving players the experience of sneaking and being a thief, and at the same time making the designs accessible to people so that you don't need to be a super gamer in order to play it, although there are tons of things that are in the game for those people.
We're making a game that anyone can play.
You can't just have great art, you can't just have great code, you can't just have great characters, you gotta have it all.
It's not about just how the game looks, it's about how the game plays and how the player experiences it. And it's all about having fun.
You can make a really cool character, but if he's not fun to play, it's not worth doing.
Sly is cool, he's collected, he's adventurous.
Sly is Sly. It is not a misnomer.
That's cool. I like that. I like the I like behind the scenes stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's is 100%. Then let's take a look at trophies. The 2 to tango. Jump in. 2 to tango. We'll do the pop in, pop out method, and then we'll beat it. Try beating it. The trophy's not glitched because people have gotten it. We'll have unlocked it, and Move the table. Holy crap. Shit. No. If I was going to get it, I definitely wasn't going to get it then. Give it 3 tries. 3 tries. Those ghosts are falling off.
I'm gonna hunt you down, Cooper. You can't run forever.
There we go. Got it. Platinum. A Cooper's Pride. This was great. This has been absolutely fantastic. Oh man. Now I know that I can 100% Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus in just over 8 hours playtime. So does that mean? I don't know. I don't know where I was going. Tomorrow night, Wednesday night, is demo night. Playing a bunch of demos that I've downloaded and got to play and then get them off my computer. And then Thursday night is iRacing as per usual. So that said, I've got nothing else to say. So I will see you all Wednesday night. Thank you all, everyone who came out tonight, and I hope to see you back here tomorrow night, Wednesday night, for a bunch of game demos. See what fun stuff we can find, shall we? So have a good night and goodbye.